I'm a little early this time, but we'll see about how it goes. I just ended up going to bed a lot earlier than I normally do, and so I decided to just start now because I'm awake now. I don't know exactly how long I'll be going for today. Just until I get bored with running around again. Okay, so let's see. The full party's together. I think they're more or less all. I think they're all more or less complete. The rest of the game, I think there's a couple points where people leave temporarily, but I think for the most part everybody is in the same. I guess for the most part everybody's in the same group the rest of the game. So I guess I should give a character class to Ash. Let's see, she has a long sword and a buckler, but Bosch already has the knight class. I already have a magic user, I don't have a healer. I guess I'll decide her class based on what her stats are. Strength and magic power are both high, I guess. Or I guess they're both about the same. Okay. I think evasion is not affected by stats. I think the only attributes that don't see much variability due to equipment is the... Well, actually, just to make sure I don't... I'll just remove all the equipment. Okay. So... It looks like her highest stat is magic power. And then vitality and strength are equal. Yeah. So maybe I'll have her use a magic class. Okay. Guess it makes sense. Low speed. Everyone's speed is almost the same. It would make sense if that's the stat that has the least variability. Although I'm not sure if it directly ties to turn order or anything like that. So let's see, what class should I make her? I don't have a white mage yet, but I don't know if I want to necessarily make her a white mage. Yeah, maybe I'll make her a... What is this? Time battle mage. Wield crossbows and bend time to their will. I don't know. I think I'll make her a red battle mage. Why not? There we go. Now everybody has their classes set. I guess I'll see what she can use. There should be an option to have this filter by what you can use and not show items that you have but can't use. Guess I'll just optimize for now. I guess I'll just... Probably shouldn't necessarily compare what my inventory is before going to these boards because, well, for one thing, they have things that you can have in your inventory highlighted, but for another, I think as soon as I visit a shop, get my answer to what I can use potentially. And I'll eventually unlock everything anyway, so there's no point in worrying about it too much. And give her a couple extra things. White Magic 3. Where's White Magic 1? Maybe there is no White Magic 1. Instead of having the low level White Magic and not the high level, maybe it's the reverse. They only get high level White Magic. Yeah, this is all accessories. Yeah, I would not have thought they had Get Raise based on the description. Black Magic 10. Okay. Well, I guess for now I'll do this. I wonder if they just made it so that you get completely random magic. Okay, so whenever I get access to those, she'll have them. She'll get that whenever I have that. Green magic. Gain MP after taking damage. Don't know when exactly I get these. Oh yeah, that seems like a good idea. Restore MP. Well, I guess since I'm going to eventually just buy everything up, I may as well. I don't know which of the maces I'll get before the other ones. Yeah. That seems like a good, obvious purchase. If there's restore more. I don't know how much magic I'll be using with her at first. I'll buy that just in case yeah, that'll give me the full set of equipment that I'll expect to have. Protect and shell. Guess I'll buy another one of these. Okay, I bought a bunch of random stuff. But yeah, I figure I'd probably just... I guess Pinello is also hasn't been upgraded in a while. Or upgraded at all from the looks of it. I'll just buy some of those ahead of time. Because why not? Oh, I have access to poison, I guess. Probably shouldn't worry about what I buy in particular too much. Increase magic potency. More magic potency. Oh yeah. Seems like a pretty good obvious one. Intercession? I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Those are the, you can only learn 3 of those. I think once you learn these, it locks other characters out from learning them. I don't know if there's any particular reason not to, but, not to just teach them as I learn them, but I think I'll worry about that if I'm actually concerned about what I want to do. I'll worry about that later when the obvious upgrades of getting more magic potency or equipment upgrades tends to wear out. Okay. Let's see, they are lower level. So if I get rid of Fran in my party, I won't have a healer. So I'm going to reorganize my party to use my lower level characters. Actually, I don't know if experience that you get is shared equally across all characters, whether they're in your party or not. That might be the case, and if that's the case, I'll probably find out pretty quick if people I don't have in my party start leveling up. But as for now... But as for now, I think I'll try to make sure that everybody can, yeah, there we go. Bunch more magic power. Half damage from all magic. Magic resist on top of that. But you can't cast spells. That's not too bad. So it's almost the same effect as the natural thing. The other stone that I had. That was a story item. Okay, that just gives a boost to... Why would anyone ever equip this early in the game? Like, I guess if you're having trouble with a boss fight, then that very slight boost might be what you need, but it seems strange that anyone would think to do that. Well, that slight boost to hit points might make a difference. So I guess I'll equip that, because her hit points are pretty terrible. Also, I'll get different, let's see. I guess I won't worry about Penelo's gambits because she's not Let's see. Okay, it's only... Wait, cure? Oh, maybe she already has cure. Actually, she doesn't have cure, right? Okay, I can't check the battle menu. I guess it allows me to set presets for things that I don't actually have. Like, I have in my theoretical inventory, but the character doesn't have access to. Because I never unlocked a cure tab, unless she starts with it. I guess I could open up that page and look around and see if she does, but... Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, so she'll cast magic, unless she can't, and then she'll attack. I think that's good enough for me. What does this guy's do? He just attacks. Okay. Fran is my main healer. Well, my only healer, really. Well, I guess Ash will heal, too. Maybe I should just... Ally below 40% cure. Maybe I'll set this to... I guess since I'm relegating the job to somebody else, maybe I'll do that too. I think that'll be good enough for now. I'm just going to go to an equipment shop now. Yep, hunted criminals and we're running around in the city. Well, I guess the people of the city, the soldiers of the Empire that wants us in prison, is not actually in charge here. Although one of these people is supposed to be dead and he's not, so... Well, I think my priority is going to be getting a protective so Ash doesn't die. Or Amalia. I think now they never call her Amalia again. Like the whole reason of her having that alternate name for the rebellion was to be a surprise twist, like, oh, that's really the princess. But like that surprise twist doesn't really work because you see her in her cutscene at the beginning of the game. So like why would that make a difference? Yeah, guess I'll buy this. There we go. More magic power. I'm not gonna have Van in my party. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my usable thing. What? I don't have any loot, I guess. I just have this stuff. Okay, well. I would have thought I'd have more money than that, because I hadn't spent money in a little while, but I guess I did buy some stuff in the in prison, because they imprisoned a merchant, but didn't like take away any of the merchant's sellable gear. Okay, now it's time for me to try to recap the story so far. Well, we're rebels and we're running around a city. Well, we're not running in the city that we're rebels for. We're running around in a different city. And this different city is run by a guy who is trying to play both sides of a like war against each other. Like, he's supporting the insurgency of a different city to just be annoying to the Empire that also kind of wants to push him around in his city. As far as I can figure, the Empire is annoying to him, so he's just trying to aggravate them. But he also doesn't really like openly support the rebellion. He just kind of he kind of like tries to betray us, but then try to help us too. Oh, okay. There's a better general spell. No raise is available right now. If I had it. I'd probably use that if it mattered much. That seems like a good general spell to get. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna see... okay, so... I have Dark Vulnerable, but not... okay, I have Dark Vulnerable, but not, Light, Weak, or what was it that I bought? Blizzard? I think I'll do this. Or was it Lightning I bought? I'm always going to be constantly forgetting stuff like this. Didn't I buy one of these? Oh, wait, she doesn't have access to those, I think. Does she? Now I need to look through the inventory to see what I actually bought. It was fire. Okay. Wait. Okay, so she can cast Cure. It looks like. I don't... okay. I won't worry about that. I'll just change this to Cure. I guess since she can cast it, she'll be the emergency backup healer. And I'll change this to... okay, so it doesn't highlight it if you don't have access to it. Okay. That's good. I would have thought that the basic magic would give you the low-level ones, not the high-level ones. I guess there's probably some magic that the character doesn't have access to, based on the description that they got. Fran could probably use another one of those. Well, I think the character has access to... yeah, remove silence. Remove blindness. Removing... No. Removing silence is probably more important than... It's probably more important than curing. I'll also change this to back to below 50. There we go. He'll just mindlessly attack. I'm gonna see if Fran has another of these licenses. Yeah, doing all the... Wait, what? Increases defense when hit points are critical. Potions restore more hit points. There we go. That seems like a good choice to me. Okay. I'm gonna grab that just because I want to get it. Oh, and make her a little more survivable. There we go. And I guess since I'm going to be using him for a while, I'll just fill this out. Okay. Just 30 hit points when he has hundreds of hit points. Like, any little boost is gonna help, but it still feels a little silly to have that tiny thing. Wait, what? Okay, that's a weird. Okay, I guess I'll use that. I'll set up a thing. Increases strength when hit points are full. Oh, that's pretty neat. Anything I can spend 15 on? Nope, I guess not. But yeah. This seems like it's a little bit slow going, but for the most part, setting all this stuff up allows you to do autopilot. Let's see. Okay, HP critical. Yeah, there we go. I'm not gonna have him use MP, so that actually seems like it'd be pretty worthwhile to do. What else can I have him do? What other abilities? I don't think there's any other ability I necessarily want. I didn't realize I bought 2 of those, there, that's like a backup just in case. Just in case one of my 2 healers is about to drop. Now as for this, gonna give her a curing of... Okay, I guess I'll have her restore blindness. Because if anyone's blind, it seems like it would be not very helpful. That's doubling up the curing for blindness status, but she can't cast the recover from silence spell, so I think I'm good now. Now it's time to just run around. Okay, so these characters escaped from prison because they were captured by the Empire briefly. But fortunately, the Empire is on their airship. They are hilariously inept at doing anything to keep people actually in prison. So instead of being imprisoned, they were able to escape easily because there's one particular character that actually knows how to use a disguise as opposed to everybody else in my party. And although we didn't need his help to break out of prison, because we broke out of prison before he met us, yeah, we were able to get off the airship even though we were betrayed by this guy, the leader of the town. Okay, and now after he betrayed us to the Empire, we're deciding to go talk to him again. I guess maybe figuring that he won't turn us over to the Empire as prisoners this time. For some reason, even though the very last interaction they had with him was, you know, turning these people over to the Empire, they decide that he's still trustworthy. I don't really get it. But, you know, the story is not necessarily totally makes sense. I think it's supposed to, the characters are supposed to believe these things for some complicated reason that I don't understand. But hey, it's a cutscene.
When Vossler learned my father had been killed the night of the treaty signing, he returned to Ravenastre, there to aid my escape. There was still time before Vane's reach extended too far. We thought that you could protect me.
However, when I then made the announcement that you had taken your own life, I must have seemed a model citizen of the Empire. The announcement, you see, was Vane's suggestion. Of course, at the time I was reluctant, but I could not perceive his reasons. Now it is clear he meant to drive a wedge between us.
Halim, we are past all this. Boucherba must stand with us. We can stop Vane.
I once knew a girl whose only wish was to be carried in her uncle's arms. Your Majesty is a woman grown now.
Then Boucherba will aid me.
Suppose for a moment you were to defeat Vane. What then? You cannot simply rebuild your kingdom with the only proof of your birthright stolen. Without that, the Grand Kiltias on Boomises cannot and will not recognize your Majesty as the rightful heir. You may yet be a princess, but without proof of your identity, you are powerless. You will remain with me. We do nothing till the time is right.
I cannot just wait.
Then what does your Majesty propose we do?
Uncle Halim.
Incidentally, what is the going rate for rescuing princesses these days? Food would be a start. The good stuff, mind you.
This can be arranged, though it will take some time.
Time enough for a bath, I hope. Dirty business, you know. Ah, best bring a change of clothes, too.
It's literal dirty business, I guess. Well, okay. That, for the most part, made sense to me. They're related. That's why she thinks that he'll still help her, even though he did betray...
What are you doing?
Oh wait, no, he didn't betray her directly.
This is Balthier's ship.
I'm going to retrieve the Dawn Shard. It's the proof that I need. I know where it's hidden. I'll return his airship later.
Are you crazy?
This is something that I have to do. Not only for myself, but for all those who have fallen. I will not be made to hide. I'll fight alone if I must.
You still have Bosch, right? Besides, you can't just go around stealing people's ships. What are you trying to do?
Yeah,
I'm
stealing
trying to
is
concentrate.
wrong.
That's quite enough, Your Majesty.
What do you think? A bit over the top?
In my line of work, you never know when something like this might come in handy.
I'm trying to concentrate.
Okay, that's kind of a weird bit of
I'm
technology for
leaving
him
you
to
with the
have.
Marquis.
You can't.
Trust me, you're better off staying here.
Suppose you kidnapped me instead. You're a sky pirate, aren't you? Then steal me. Is that so much to ask?
What do you have that I would want?
The Dynast King's treasure. The Dawn Shard is but one of the riches that lie waiting in King Wraithwall's tomb.
King Wraithwall, you say?
Kidnapping royalty is a serious offense. It won't do much to lower the bounty on your head.
How much is the price on your head these days, I wonder?
Allow me to escort you in Vosla's place.
Will you be joining us?
What? Are you kidding? I don't want to stick around this place.
Then I'm coming too.
Penelo.
Don't leave me here.
Of course not.
Then it's settled. We should leave before the Marquis realizes she's missing, like proper kidnappers.
Yeah. You know, most of that makes sense with the characters all like going together, but it's still weird how quickly they believe Bosch's I have an evil twin that did it story. They're like, oh, okay, I guess you wouldn't lie. So, I believe it. Especially since they show them all hating him immediately before he says, I had an evil twin. And they're like, oh, okay, I guess it's okay then. There's no, like, emotional, like, trouble that they have with it. I haven't touched the controls in a while, so it put the system into, like, a sleep mode where it darkens the screen.
Sid, does this set Draclaw?
I have confirmed he receives funds from Lord Vane. His agency in the fall of Nabudis is also certain. Yet, with Judge Zect, who led the assault, missing, the truth remains difficult to ascertain.
The long, cold years have clouded my eyes. I cannot see my own son's heart.
My lord.
This illness will claim me. So then, who is to be my successor? The Senate fears the capable Peregrine Vane. They prefer a young fledgling emperor.
Right.
Gabranth, once in the past I laid siege to your homeland.
The Republic of Landis is long since gone. My allegiance lies wholly with the Empire.
Perhaps. But what of your brother? He did not accept us as you did. He fled to Dalmasca. Did you never think to follow him?
I follow his every move. He is an enemy of the Empire. He will be cut down.
So you would kill even your own brother for the Empire. Be that as it may, Gabranth, your ruthlessness is not without merit. But it must not become this way with Larsa. You must ensure that it does not.
So then you ask me to be his sword, to strike where he might not.
Rather be his shield. Gabranth, keep your close watch on Vane. His is the keenest blade of all.
My lord.
Do this for me, Gabranth.
Okay,
I could not bear
this scene
to
makes
see
sense
my
to me too.
sons war with each other again.
Feels so weird to say that, like critiquing it from the point of do I even understand what's going on? But I kind of feel like that after some of the scenes I've seen, it's a kind of necessitates an approach of are the actions of the characters even making any sense? Just because, you know, if I have no idea what's going on in the story, that's seems like a pretty substantial flaw.
It's tough being popular. Wouldn't want any admirers dropping in while we're away. Well now,
The ship has a
that's as far
cloaking
as she
device.
goes. We'll be in yacht from here onwards.
Yay.
Across the Sand Sea, to the Valley of the Dead, and to King Wraithwall's tomb below.
So when you're in yacht, skystones don't work at all. That's why we gotta hoof it the rest of the way, you see?
Happy you get to teach me something for a change?
Well, if you want to be a sky pirate, you gotta know your... Hey, what do you mean for a change?
Come on,
At least we
accept
thought to
it.
bring
I'm smarter than
entertainment.
you.
Oh yeah? Says who? You want to see what they think about it?
I wouldn't be so confident.
And then Ash is sort of like the main character from here on out. Desert Merchant. Let's see, what's he say? Okay, so they're saying that there's going to be traps ahead. And there is the anchor for my cloaked ship. I always kind of like that little effect there. Not with the rainbow lens flare thing, but with the anchor for the cloaked ship having a little cloaking field that doesn't extend all the way to the ground. So you just see the anchor and a rope that's sort of like floating in the air. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm not going to be buying anything. Okay. So now, I guess what the previous scene was that it showed is that the Emperor's gonna die soon, and there's two possible heirs that we know of. Vayne, which the Emperor doesn't like and thinks is or doesn't think would be a good replacement, and Larsa, which he thinks would be a good replacement despite the fact that he's like 10 years old. And so he's like, protect the 10-year-old because I think that the other guy will kill him in order to make sure he's the only possible heir. And he's having the evil twin do it. I think that's supposed to be like water sand.
So where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that, the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Delmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
Okay.
You are at that.
Now, I don't understand what's supposed to be going on. That thing, that rock that was taken from the palace, which I guess lights up in the presence of royalty. It's like a royalty detector rock. That rock that was taken... Okay, that's just backtracking. But, that rock that was taken was something that I guess for some reason they put in this tomb location that we're following, or that we're headed towards. Wait, what? Okay, it's silence, not... was pretty sure. Okay, for some reason, I thought that was Silence Cure, not... I'm gonna turn that off. I thought for some reason that was Vox, which is the thing that cancels silence. Although I guess if Ash is doing anything, I guess casting silence on herself isn't that bad. Why is Fran just standing around? Oh, party leader's target. There's no party leader right now. Or rather, she's the party leader, so that command does nothing. I guess I could have fixed it by just reassigning whoever the party leader is, but... But yeah. I did not think of that. I guess the tomato type enemies are here. Bash sure has a lot of hit points compared to my other party members. Both have less than 500 and he's over 1,000. Oh well. Being silenced isn't that bad. And I really am not sure where exactly to go. So I'm going to just be wandering around. Oh, one of these is probably a map. Yeah, that's good. Why does it give me 2 notices? My location map for the area is complete. Is there a map that you can get in one of these that doesn't complete the location map? Yeah. Every time I get one of those maps, it's telling me that the location area data is complete. So I don't know if that actually means anything. Also, I remember there's like sand elemental enemies around here somewhere, and the first time you fight them, you kind of don't have the levels and equipment to actually fight them. So if I see... Or, actually no, it's not sand elementals, I think it's lightning elementals. So if I see them, I'm going to turn back and head somewhere else. And not fight them. I won't even try to fight them. Well, eventually the silence will either wear out or I'll get a save crystal. But yeah, in terms of the story, it's like, I can follow this. This makes sense for the most part. It even retroactively, like, kind of makes the we still believe this guy will help us storyline. Because while the resistance leader people were betrayed by that guy, it kind of makes sense that once Ash is in the party, she'd convince them to go to him again for help. It's just that particular convincing of trying to get people to go talk to him again, you know, to return there. It kind of makes no sense that they would leave out a scene where she explained she's related to him, so he was just he just needed to take an action of what he needed to do to survive the you know, he was just doing that to survive. And it still kind of doesn't make sense, what with the whole if I announce something like, oh, I was mistaken and that person did not kill themselves. Like, I don't understand exactly how that scandal would remove him out of power. I mean, it would definitely be a scandal for sure, but, like, I don't know. I guess it kind of makes sense that, you know your leaders lie to you. They, you can't have confidence in them as a leader anymore. So it's not completely, like... That's not completely preposterous. Although it is kind of, I do think it is kind of absurd, though. Just for the fact that, you know, the politicians and leaders lie a lot. And it doesn't, like, necessarily guarantee that they're forced out of power. And that's like in our system of government where there's more immediate accountability for people who lie. And, you know, this is like a world with kings and emperors and stuff that have no accountability, so...
Abandoned many years now, it seems.
Did Dalmaskans build this?
No, the Rosarians. Their empire lies far to the west, ever at war with Arcadia. Heedless of the kingdoms caught in their midst. Dalmasca, Nabradia, Landis.
'Tis the small craft's fate to watch the list of the galleons and pray for light winds.
Vosla.
Yeah, this guy showed up.
Imagine my surprise when upon my return to Beaugerbe, I find both you and the Lady Ash have vanished. I thought you above consorting with sky pirates.
Balthier is a man worthy of our trust, and it was the Lady Ash's decision. I am content to lend my arm. As I could not when Rassler died, when her throne was taken. Never again. I will defend her this time.
That is a very weird looking jacket.
The Lady Ash?
We should leave this place.
Let me guess. Sandstorm?
Something far worse.
I see. So the Dawn Shard does lie in King Wraithwall's tomb. The Marquis sympathizes with your plight, yet the Empire perches as a carrion bird on his shoulder. He can keep whispers of your abduction silent for only so long.
Yes. Tell me, Vossler, what have you
Wait,
accomplished?
isn't she supposed to be dead?
Leave at once. This is Urutan Yensa territory, and they are unfond of visitors.
I guess the Empire knows she's not dead. But, like, I don't know. I would think if a rumor of her being abducted was to spread, it wouldn't matter. Although if the Empire wanted to keep her prisoner or whatever, like, and he can't actually give her to the Empire, then does that make sense? There's that weird water sand stuff. You know, the fact that they show the water, the sand being water, actually makes a lot more sense to have fish and stuff swimming through it. Fish monsters.
Vossler! Have you found the means to restore Dalmasca?
First, we must claim the Dawn Shard. It all begins with that.
Yep, Vossler joins. He has actual armor on instead of the rest of my characters. It actually looks like pretty neat armor. You know, it's got that open part at the top. But, you know, the body looks like it's pretty well protected. And most of the armor doesn't look like it's impractical or anything. Looks like it's just a series of metal straps in some places. It's certainly better than what anybody else has on. Especially every time I see Bosch in a cutscene standing around looking like that, it always like makes me think of there's a serious cutscene going on, but there's like a clown standing in the background. Because it kind of looks like that. it's not really bad looking exactly, but it's like, it's very bizarre. It's got those like weird buckles that go across the lapels, but it has an open chest underneath, and like, I guess I can believe that somebody that lives in a desert might develop a style that looks like that, but it still looks really bizarre and out of place. Yeah, I got some succulent fruits. But, like, I don't know. His outfit is only, Bosch's outfit is only slightly less ridiculous looking than Van. But for the most part, the characters, I think, tend to look pretty, their outfits, they don't really look bad. You kind of get used to them after a while, but they look kind of silly. Maybe that's just me, though. I don't know exactly if this is something that has much meaning to anyone but me. I think I'm going to adjust these slightly. Nearest visible. There we go. There we go. Oh. It doesn't reassign it just because somebody else is nearer, I guess. Ah. Okay. Treasure. I guess I'll go grab this other treasure. Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, where'd they put their fish? Their fish mounts that they rode across the desert. I guess whatever those goblins are. I don't think they're not creatures you can talk to for some reason. Oh, I set off a healing trap. That's rather nice of whoever to set up. Don't know who would ever set up a healing trap. Maybe it's like a joke? Like, actually I can think of a sort of a rationale for having a healing trap. If you're worried about like skeletons or zombies coming in, maybe you'd set up a healing trap. Because usually those things tend to, in games, they tend to suffer from healing magic. So if you're worried about zombies, it'd be like the equivalent of setting up a automatically firing shotgun on your door in this sort of world. Yeah. But yeah, this place is like I guess a series of oil rigs that have run dry. These oil rigs are just massive. I guess there's pipelines or something running between them too. But I guess it would make sense that somebody might build this stuff and abandon it when it became useless to them. It's all rusted over and it's for the most part, in pretty good condition, it seems. Maybe it's only been abandoned for like 20 years or something. Or I don't know. 20 years, I'd imagine I don't know. They didn't mention a timeline for how soon they were abandoned, so who knows. Metal grating, and don't want to push the boxes out of the way or anything. There's just nothing over there of interest, I guess, to the characters. I'm fine with games that decide that the characters don't want to go through the doors because they know that going through the door is useful, or it's just not in their character to go through that particular door. Kind of informs what the sort of thing is. But yeah. It kind of like, you know, they're just the type of person to not go into a particular place. And these characters' stated goal is to just travel west so that they can get to this tomb. Although I don't know why they think the thing that was stolen from them by an empire to the east would be in this location to the west. Unless there's multiples of those things. But the way they talk about the Dawn Shard makes it seem like the Dawn Shard is something that is a unique item, that there's only like one of them. For one, they call it the Dawn Shard and not a Dawn Shard. Oh, I have silence on. Well, I guess it's time to make one of these things. Well, time to make this do. Time to finish. Do that. I thought I'd be able to run through the whole place without one of them inflicting silence on me. Okay, now I have my full carrying back. Bash will wake up eventually, so I don't need to worry about waking him up. Yay. Okay. Yeah. Just imagine having all this metal, all these resources of metal, and deciding that you're just gonna leave it all up into this whole region. It's a good thing all these oil rigs are here. Apparently this sea is hazardous enough that like people wouldn't cross it in an airship, or can't cross it in an airship. I don't know why they couldn't fly around it, but maybe the idea is that the region that the airships can't travel through is so large that this is like the shortest distance to reach where they want to be. But I kind of like that as a setting detail, that there's like regions of the world that you can't go to because the primary means of travel that they use doesn't work in them. I think that's... I think that might be an enemy I can't fight. As in, I think it will completely obliterate me if I attempt to fight it. At least right now in the game, you know, I'm still at the early stage where there's going to be a number of enemies that I'll see around that are not going to be feasibly defeated in combat. So for now at least I'm going to ignore enemies like that and not even attempt to fight them. And I know for sure I can't fight the lightning elementals, because I remember coming back here at a point that I was able to fight them and still kind of having trouble with them. I don't remember why they gave me trouble, but I do remember having trouble with them. No more silence. Wonder if I'll run out of the curing silence items. I probably will. Hooray! All these enemies have the haste condition on them, it looks like. Or at least most of them do. I guess the archers have that condition. Hooray! But yeah, this... Oh, okay, I was going to say, what did this even connect to before it got, you know, destroyed? But maybe it's supposed to have connected over there. And I don't even know if that, like, I think that region over there is a region that you can visit. Because I do remember there's like a split up that if you go down it, it like leads to the same place. I think you can go down there too. Yeah. I don't remember if there's anything worthwhile over there. But I do remember that once the hunting bounties side quests get really unlocked, I do remember that there's just bounties all over in all the various maps. There's like a lot of minor side quests in this game, from what I remember. That's one of the things that I kind of like about it, that there's a lot of minor details that you can kind of discover about the world. Even if the main story has a bunch of things that doesn't make complete sense, like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, exactly. Like, you know, trusting Vash as quickly as they do. Like, there's certain contexts or things you could introduce to make that make more sense. It's just that they kind of leave things like that to your imagination. So it kind of like, it's the sort of thing that if you like this game, you might write a fan fiction about why they trust Vash quickly after releasing him from prison, or accidentally freeing him from prison, because they didn't really intend to release him. They just went, oh, I guess the cage that we used to fall, I guess the cage that we lowered into the pit broke when it fell all the way to the bottom of the pit, and now you're out. And so at that point it's either a question of we either let him join us or we just kill him so he can't follow us. You know, I mean, those were their only real options with what to do about him being out of prison at that point. And I think at that point it would have made sense to have a cutscene that, you know, explained why they didn't just decide to kill him Yeah. Yeah, tell me what that guy wanted. Their blood enemy. Okay. So that guy's telling us a story about a giant turtle. But yeah, if you like don't talk to him and just go on, you won't get that little side information. I don't know where that giant turtle's supposed to be, but that might be a combat that I can do at this point. Okay, let's see. Running around. I probably won't be playing this game always at this time. I'll probably be varying my when I play it throughout the day, because it's a long game, so if I don't just, you know, if I played it on a set schedule of 4 hours a piece, it'd take me a few months to get through. Which, you know, it might still take me a few months to get through it. Just because I'm not particularly trying to rush or anything. Oh, there's a thing here. But yeah. I like the way this looks with the unbroken view of the horizon. I'm surprised that, you know, some of the creative stuff in here doesn't seem to, like... I get that the sand is supposed to be, like, water, sort of, but it, like, looks like it's flowing too quickly. Unless that's supposed to be, like, a layer of sand that's being blown over it by the wind. But I don't think that's supposed to be what that texture is. I think it's supposed to be the actual flow. I wonder if they had the idea for this region, but then they, like, the people didn't know how to animate it. Someone once told me that the character designers of the series, they come up with the character designers as a troll for the animation department. Like, we're going to give you work that we think that you'll struggle with. Which, I like the idea of that, because it's sort of like they're trying to be creative for the sake of annoying, but the end result of that is that they're being creative. So it's kind of like, if that actually is true, it's kind of like being creative for a really dumb reason, but they're still being creative at the end of the day, so it's kind of like that's a good thing, pretty much. So I think that's kind of a fun bit of trivia if it's true. But I get maybe the location designers also said, like, you know, told the modeling departments, like, okay, there's this whole region that is like an ocean made of sand. And so they're trying to, like, figure out how to actually make in-game graphics for it. And this is what they came up with. But if that's the case, I think they made the animation flow too quick. But, you know, still, it's a good attempt to try to do that. And maybe if the animation, or maybe if the level designers or the creative people who came up with this stuff to troll the animation department. Maybe they told them like that this whole place is a region made of sand. But when they actually looked at it, they're like, oh, well, the graphics we came up with don't look like sand. We're not exactly sure what it looks like. So we have to make this cutscene and put it in there to make it look like, to make it clear to the audience that this is sand water, or sand that acts like water. So that's why they have that cutscene of Van going up there for no reason and putting it, cupping it in his hands, so that if people look at this, they'll know that that's what they're supposed to be looking at, rather than just being confused about why this texture is shifting like that. Which it still kind of doesn't look like what it's supposed to look like. So if you didn't see that cutscene, you'd just be confused. Oh, I guess this is the... I guess that's the creature. And it does not... Oh, I guess it is something I can probably beat. Yeah, it is. Uratan Eater. I guess those creatures, are its primary prey. Why does it have those ankle bracelets? Creature designs in this are really weird. I guess it's like an animated statue of some kind. Because it doesn't look like a living thing at all. I mean, it kind of looks like a living thing, but for the most part it doesn't. Wow, we do almost no damage to it now. It must have one of those things that raises its defense the lower its hit points are. Because we were definitely doing more damage to it every hit before its hit points got critical. But yeah, there's certain, like if I knew there wasn't a point to this, to fighting this at this point, I'd probably just leave and move on. Yeah, I defeated it. It gives me a special message. I think maybe I have to return to that Moogle that told me about that in order to get the reward. I think. Because he's the one that I talked to originally that told me about it. I'm not certain, but I will attempt to do that anyway, because it's the only thing I can really think of. But in the meantime, I'll just kill more of them. Because that seems like it's a thing that you do, right? I helped them out, and so I helped them out a little, but I also killed a lot of them too. These goblin things, I don't know what they're supposed to be exactly. I mean, they're obviously desert dwellers, but apart from that, like, I think they're supposed to be goblins of some kind. Can't really see their face very well. Wonder if there's like a bestiary that you can get a better look at creatures by looking at. Hey, this thing's back. Oh, a little bit of money. That's pretty good to have that. Yeah, tomato. I guess it has a little spike on its head, so it's not a tomato enemy like that other one that I fought. Okay, well, back the way I came. And then I'll return again after talking to the Moogle, seeing if that's going well. Yep. Okay. He was headed back to the other screen, I guess. I guess I'll follow it, since it's like a... Yeah, it was going to the Ogrienza screen. Does it track the progress? No. This is one of those... This is one of those side quests that it doesn't track on this screen. Let me look at the bestiary. Oh, there it is. Uritan Yenza. Race evolved from crustaceans. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Oh yes, they wear clothes to hide their hideous appearance. I don't like that explanation. Seems a little judgmental. They're extremely aggressive. I guess they can't really be integrated into society. Okay, so they're basically goblins. But they're goblins that are made to look like crabs. That's kind of neat. They don't really look like they're evolved from crustaceans, because crustaceans have a bunch of legs. Can't really see their mouth very well, but it looks like they have mandibles of some kind. I kind of wish they had at least 2 more arms or legs or something. But still, it looks pretty nice, I think. But yeah, they're basically goblins, but they're like goblins that look like crabs. Letter to a wayfarer. Wow, it's 6 pages of writing. I don't know if I read any of this stuff the first time I played the game. I probably did, but... wow. Well, it's good that all this lore stuff is here. I mean, it's... I wonder if there's bits of the lore that, like, need for... Wait, need... Oh, there's only 1 page of lore there. There's a 2nd page. Okay. Huh. Why is this... Wait, what? Yeah, there. Okay, so these are... They suck blood and they're bats, so they're vampire bats. But why is this attached to the vampire bats thing? It's just random lore that has nothing to do with it. It's just on this random screen, there's writing that indicates something about airships. Okay. I guess if I kill that number of creatures, I get lore unlocked that I can read. Maybe some of the stuff that doesn't make sense makes sense if I do that and read the lore. Maybe. I heard from somebody that Final Fantasy 13? Or no. Yeah, 13, I think. I heard from somebody that Final Fantasy 13 has pages of lore that you have to read for the plot to make sense. Like, I don't know if... I think that's the case. Oh, okay. This is those fish that the guys were riding. But the only way I can interact with them is, I guess, attacking them. I don't know if that's a thing I want to do right now. Because it might be a situation where the goblins are much easier to fight than the horses. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so he ran back the other way. But yeah, this is like a mini side quest thing that it doesn't track normally. So you have to do it when you're like aware of it, because if I just continued on, I might forget to come back here to talk to that one Moogle. Oh, there's a bunch of them all over. Hope this isn't a boss fight. They're all gathered and just exactly the same. Oh, okay. You can kind of see what that one looks like. It's like a leader. Right, how does... Maybe he knows the language. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got one of those alien heads. The leader does. Oh, okay, so they do actually speak normal language, I guess. Well, I guess that makes sense because the Moogle talked to him in normal language, so the response maybe makes sense to give in normal language. Yeah, okay. There's no little mandibles and whatnot. Oh wow, just vaporized. They know vaporization magic, I guess. Just charging off. I guess that's not a boss encounter. I don't know how I saw that. Okay. That's nice, a little random bit of story. Yeah, I guess if you're executed for going and talking to outsiders, then it would make sense that not being happy with the rest of the group. Okay, and he wants me to look at the flower. The flower is the treasure. I guess I'll pick the berries. Exir berries. Okay. I guess this flower just exists now that I can pick the berries from. Okay, so if I find a Garuda, I guess feed it the Exir berries. It doesn't appear in loot. Oh, okay. So I guess this is something that I could use against the Exir, or against the Garuda. I don't know how useful it'll be because it deals dark magic damage, and that's like the only spell my magic attacker actually knows. But still, that little side quest area, it's kind of neat to see that little side story content. It's one of the strengths of this game, I think, is that you see stuff like that in it. The only other game I think that comes to mind when I think of those side quest stuff is Xenoblade Chronicles X. Not that I've played a lot of different games, but you know, in terms of RPGs, that game also had a lot of side quests that you do that are just random side stories that have nothing to do with the plot. I guess Octopath Traveler had the same thing too, where like most of the content is like side story stuff that has nothing to do with the main plot. But still, it always feels like when I see stuff like that, it's always unexpected if it's interesting or engaging in any way. I think if I read through that lore, all those pages and pages of lore that must exist, so if those pages of lore exist for every creature in the game, like, I'm pretty sure that that will not be something I do on stream if I read through all of it. And if I read through all of it and one of the elements in that lore page makes the story make more sense, which I don't know if this game requires you to read through that for the story to make sense, but just in case something does, then I'll show that off on stream. But just in general, like, reading that stuff is something that I'll do on my own sometime. If I decide to do it at all, that is. Because I'm not entirely confident that I want to. Oh, Fran fell asleep. Here. There we go. It's kind of strange that the only way that well, I shouldn't say the only way, because I think there's an item that just removes the sleep attribute, but it's pretty strange that one of the ways in which you can just wake somebody up is to stab them with your sword. And it's not even that. It's not even like if somebody's asleep you get an automatic critical hit or something. They're just asleep and you wake them up by doing that. I guess I don't feel bad about killing these guys. supposedly these particular ones are the same group as the one that got executed. Well, I guess these are still individual soldiers and not like the actual ones that decided to execute him, but still, you know, kind of makes sense that as a group they would not be a friendly faction, that you can do anything but kill them if you travel through their region. Or not necessarily, because I guess I could always run, but you know, they would always be hostile regardless of the circumstances with which you travel through their region. Which I guess if this is their homeland out in the desert when there's no resources to use, it might make sense that they're, you know, developed in this region. One thing that isn't terribly well founded is how these different creatures all exist in the same world. Like, you know, did one of these, you know, humans exist. They're just called humes in this. But like, it's not clear to me exactly like how civilizations started in these worlds, or how technology got created. Because in the real world, how technology got created was people had was that agriculture got invented and domestication of wildlife, which allowed people time to it eased up on the requirements of food gathering that people had to do in order to gather up enough resources to survive. You know, because with agriculture came surplus foods. You could store them for longer. Like, you had more of a surplus that would last you more than just the winter. Because in the old days, you'd have to store up food for winter. But when agriculture got developed, there was such a huge surplus that you could gather so much food, you required less people to work on the gathering food. So that allowed you to have more people gathered in cities, which allowed people to develop different fields of expertise, so that you didn't just have absolutely everybody be a farmer. There were also like administrators and people that just sort of invented things and thought about things. You know, so that's when writing first existed, when people just simply had more free time. And slowly, you know, over time, technology got a little more efficient, which allowed slightly bigger cities to get created, which allowed more diversity of experience to happen. And it's been a slow process, but, you know, over time it just keeps developing. But like in these worlds, you know, was there like a seed that caused all these things to happen? And if so, where did that original seed come from? Like in the real world, agriculture, as far as I understand it, was developed independently different locations just depending on what the natural wildlife was in the areas. Like some places just had better wildlife that was easier to farm than other places. And that's what led to differences. But in this world, like with different races, like do they all come from the same background and started at the same time, or some of the races around, they just never had the ability to domesticate animals and grow crops until like the technology became widespread. I don't think most fantasy worlds are created with that kind of thinking in mind, though. Like, I seem to vaguely remember that, what was it, Lord of the Rings? Somebody explained it to me as, like, the creation of the world was all the races were created at the same time, effectively, so the reason why all the races exist was because they were all created at the same time. They were like created to fulfill different purposes or something, but I don't remember exactly. It's the sort of thing that I've never read myself, but I had a friend that once explained all of the details of that world to me, and it was like, wow, that's actually kind of an interesting setup. So I sort of half remember his explanation of Lord of the Rings, and his half explanation of it is always seemed like it was pretty neat. That was like after I saw the movies. I was like talking about how boring Lord of the Rings was. Or I didn't see all the movies, but you know, I think I was like criticizing one of the movies to him, and then he's like, it's actually really good, and then he started to like explain things to me. It was kind of like, okay, I guess I understand why people like it, but it's not necessarily for me. That kind of thing. Which, you know, I can believe that Lord of the Rings is thought out pretty well. As in, it's a world with a history rather than just recent events. Or created as a world with a history. But I think most fantasy doesn't like follow an event where people think about like ancient history. They just think about events as they happened in the recent past. Which, you know, you don't really need to have a world with a long history to justify a story being good. But, you know, for the most part, if you think about what ancient history would have been like in a world like this, you don't really come up with very satisfying answers. And, you know, I think that's a flaw in general for most fantasy. It's not necessarily something that you can raise as a critique against fantasies in general, just because it's like not the point of them. Yeah, trying to catch sandfish. Why would you ever want to catch sandfish? Wouldn't they just mostly be made of sand or something? Yeah, some random guy is all the way out here. Oh wow. Bouge. I guess I'll give Ash a bouge. Whatever that is. Oh wait, before I do that I should sell my loot. Okay. I was expecting to be able to press the down button and it'd loop all the way to the top result, but I guess it doesn't work that way. Firestone, small feather. Okay, let's see what to... Wooden pole? I don't think a wooden pole is something that any of my characters can equip, so I guess I'll leave that. I'll leave that there for now. I'll buy it when I have way too much money and... Or I'll buy it when I have a bunch of money. What? Why can't that be equipped at the shop? That seems like a pretty arbitrary thing not to be equipable at a shop. I already have an ancient sword. I guess maybe I'll see if the ancient sword is equipable by Bosch, or if I can buy a license for it. Let's see. Immune to silence. Oh, accessory 7. I guess I won't be thinking about that for now. New Kai sand? I don't think that's a normal... I don't remember ever seeing this in a Final Fantasy game. Maybe it's unique to this. Removes confuse. It's kind of neat, I guess. There are 3 echo herbs left. Horology. I can't afford poach still. Deal damage based on a factor of time to all foes in range. I think this is the one that deals more damage based on your playtime. Because I think I remember this being a thing. Or that being a thing, rather. Oh, I can get more of these. I don't know if I want that as opposed to some better equipment. Has anyone had trouble staying alive? I guess only a couple of these are things that characters can even equip right now. I guess I'll give her the wizard robes, why not? Wizard's hat, wizard's robes. That seems like something to equip to royalty, right? Gonna give him that, just because I haven't given him anything in a little while. Okay, now I'll see if anything is viable. Gonna have to think about what about the boss coming up. Like, I can't remember, but I think the boss that's coming up, I'll have to do something special with my auto fight in order to beat them. But for now, I'll check out my auto equipment, or auto pilot stuff after checking this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Nord Swain's glow. Some of these things are gonna be things that I'm gonna have no idea what they do whatsoever. I'm gonna have to choose some of them at some point, but for now, I think I'm still pretty good on being able to buy things that are useful to me. Oh, that would be useful to have. I guess I know what direction I'm going to go down as soon as I get something that's more usable. There we go, ancient sword. Increased chance to block. Yeah, that seems like a good pick. Doesn't even say what the increased chance is. Gain MP after. He has nothing he spends a MP on. Apart from this. Apart from that infused skill. I guess I don't necessarily need anything other than that. I guess I'll give him one of these. Just so that his infused skill will be more useful. I'm 1 point away from that. Oh well. Okay, I guess those are equipment that are buyable now. So it probably makes sense to give that to him. Okay, I'll buy something for 25. There we go. More shields. Why not? I guess I'll spend on... There we go. I'm just gonna spend down everything. Let's see. 142. Is there anything obvious that would be immediately useful? Potions restore. It probably increases the duration of personal status effects. That's what I would think, at least. Libra. Oh, okay, that's useful. More hit points. Okay. Well, now I have everything there. Going to tinker with their setup a little bit. Not much, really. Just equip the things that I know I can. Okay. Immune to blind. Okay, that's, I think, clearly the one I want to be using. points are still not terribly great right now. But I think that's still my best option. Okay. So she gets a bronze shield upgrade. I think his evade before I bought the evade up, or the increased chance to block with shield, I think it went up by 1 point. Which is still, you know, nice, but I guess maybe if the skill said that increases block chance by 1%, I guess that would make it so that people would be less likely to, wait, why'd I do that? I guess that would make it less likely for people to want to actually do that. What did I have before? Oh, I had the silver bow before. So 17 more attack power. That's good. Oh, okay. Got some, just checking to see if there's any hand-me-downs that Fran can equip, which I probably should have given her better armor too, but since I'm running around as her and she's like my primary healer. But you know, having 2 healers means that it's not too bad if my healing isn't so great. Oh wait, it was Ash that had Protect. I will put there it is, Protect. Why aren't Protect and Shell right next to each other? Oh, actually, I think there was a higher level Protect spell. Okay, I think I'll do that. Fran is the character. Okay, so characters that aren't in your party don't gain experience. I'll keep that in mind, because all these characters are leveling up. And the others don't get to yet. Actually, now that that's kind of he said something different that time. I guess since I've been using these, I'll spend the rest of my money to buy some more. Yeah, that seems like a long journey west. You will now have the option of saving your game. Okay, sure. I guess I'll save it here. They want to give you that option in case you can't defeat the boss fight. That's a long distance to walk through a cave. It's also very strange to have this in the middle of a carved out looking plateau. It's just in a pit in the middle of nowhere, through a long cavern. And the cavern itself is not like a dungeon or anything. You just walk through that gigantic cavern that has nothing in it. But yeah, makes sense to have the save right there. Because this boss fight is like the first hard-ish one, I think. Oh, wait. Okay, this is not the boss fight I was thinking it was. Oh, and if I didn't have the dark spell, that item would be pretty useful. I think I'll just let the dark spell just be cast. This is not the boss fight I was thinking of that was difficult. Oh wow. I guess this boss fight is kind of difficult, because it almost dropped Bosch. I guess this boss fight is difficult, it's just not the one I was thinking of. At first I was for a moment there I was thinking I would need to turn back and get some better equipment or something. But I guess not. If I didn't have that dark spell, I definitely would have had to turn back and get better equipment. And probably use that item. Well, now that I killed a random bird, I have a lantern that turns on.
Long ago, the gods granted their favor to King Wraithwall, who would oversee the subjugation of a vast territory spanning from Mordalia to Valendia. Here he forged the Galtean Alliance. Though he is called the Dynast King, upon establishing the alliance he demonstrated compassion for his people and disdain for needless war. A philosophy passed on to his successors, one that would bring peace and prosperity for hundreds of years to follow. It was during this time of peace that the city-states of Arcadia and Rosaria, each members of Wraithwall's alliance, took root and flourished. Wraithwall left 3 relics signifying descent from the Dynast King. Of these, the Midlight Shard was given to what would become House Nabradia, and the Dusk Shard to my ancestors, the founders of Dalmasca. The last of these relics was the Dawn Shard. It remained hidden here, known only to those of royal blood.
As though the Dynast King foresaw the very plight before us now.
None save descendants of the king are suffered within. If we attempt to enter without proof of such lineage...
There's no guarantee we'll make it out alive. Vicious beasts, fiendish traps, something like that?
Mm-hmm. But you must consider the prize. The Dawn Shard lies within, and Wraithwall's treasure.
And there was I, thinking this was going to be hard.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so this is not something that the Empire took and hid in this random tomb. This is something else that also maybe somehow proves that she's royalty. I don't know how. I mean, the proof that she's royalty is going to be the fact that that we can get into this dungeon, right? That's what she's like saying. You can't get in here unless you have royalty with you. I guess the device only turns on if you're royalty, or if royalty is nearby. So I guess that itself would be proof, but I guess it's also like hundreds of miles away from the nearest town, so I guess it also makes sense that they couldn't use this as proof. of being the heir of a kingdom. Yes, all ancient ruins have these teleport devices. Oh, these teleport devices are everywhere. Waystone. With guts, guard we his tomb. Guess I'll poke it. Yeah. I don't remember that. Okay. Here's the boss that I was thinking of. Which it's weird that it's right after that other boss.
Fight or run? We better decide fast.
Wait, I can just run? You're saying I can just leave? Oh, I guess I can. I wonder if I never did that before. Maybe you have to fight him to leave the dungeon. Oh, there's one this way too, I guess?
The wall comes. We must be quick. Together we can bring it down.
Okay, so there's two of these, I guess? Okay. Wakes it with the flames, follows it their shadow, never straying. The demon wall halts its advance. Okay, I guess each of these will slow it. Read it. Okay, so this is the easier version of the same fight, I guess. Okay. I get this, I guess. So, this fight is the same, it's just get more time to fight it in this incarnation. Hastens its advance. Oh, maybe I need to read the inscription every time. Wakes it with... Okay. I guess one side makes it go faster and the other side... Wait, hastens its advance? But it said it would slow. Okay. I don't get those at all, I guess. I think I lost. Because you get too close to the wall and then it will play the cutscene. Where they just stare at it as it runs them down. Okay. Well, that was... something like that was bound to happen eventually. Actually, I already got a game over before. Okay. I am going to head back. And I did give everybody an upgraded weapon. Oh, this guy's here. I don't have anything. I have old equipment I could always sell, but I tend to just leave that stuff in my inventory. Besides, I think I already did buy the best weapons from him, so I think my main limiting factor is maybe not being able to deal enough damage. I guess there's the potential of, if I had better defense, I wouldn't take as much damage and not as many cure spells would need to be cast, but he also casts that blindness spell, so a lot of the spell casting is used to cure blindness already, so I think damage output is the thing I want to raise. So that means I will head back here to do some leveling for a bit. Just a little. I'm not terribly concerned about doing a whole lot. Okay. And I guess I could always have the blindness recovery being using eye drops instead of magic. Because I think magic takes longer to charge. I don't know if those things are beatable right now. I guess I'll find out. I guess they are. They look like they'd be much harder compared to the goblins that I've been fighting. I obtain a large feather. Yep, that giant bird I killed only had one feather. And that other giant bird that was a boss fight dropped no loot, I think. But, you know, maybe I'll come across a good piece of equipment out here. I guess I didn't wander down any side paths, really. I went exclusively, immediately right where I needed to go. The thing about coming back to playing a game that you've... That's the thing about playing a game that you've played before, is that you kind of know what to do and where to go. And you also know that any particular region you visit is going to be something that you is going to be something that you know whether or not you can complete it the first time you go through it. Like a lot of these areas, like I could probably go back to the town and get hunt information for this location. Like there's probably a couple of those side quests that are doable here that I could be doing to level up. But I also know there's some side quests that require me to come back here when I'm, you know, level 40 or something. So I know there's stuff that I can't complete right now. That's why I didn't like go and, well, partly I didn't know exactly where to go, but if I recall correctly, this whole region, there's an upper location and a lower location. And if you travel through the lower location, you don't need to go through the upper one. And the upper one has all the more difficult enemies running around in it. Yeah, sure, I'll give that one a shot. Why not? I have Vossler here with me, so... yeah, that's helpful. And he didn't drop any loot. Yeah, enemies, if you kill them and they're not over land, they're like flying or something, then they won't drop loot. But if they are in the general area, then they have a chance to drop loot. Well, I think I got mystic armor of some kind. So let's see. Chanters did Jalaba? I don't know what that is. The Jalaba? There's probably some language in the world that it would improve defense. It's just the sort of thing I came out to get. It seems like I got pretty close to defeating that boss. If I didn't mess around with the torches, I probably would have had more time to fight that encounter. But maybe the impression I get is that the first one of those is maybe you defeat that one on the way out of the dungeon after you've gained a few levels inside the dungeon, and then it's easier that way. Let's see. Yeah. Mystic Armor 4. Yeah, there it is. Chanters Digitalaba. Yeah, Digitalaba. Well, that's probably like the DJ are probably both not pronounced, and it's probably what? Jayaba, maybe? I know that the double L is sometimes pronounced like a Y. But does Spanish ever have the DJ sound in it, pronounced like a J? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, there we go. May as well equip it now that I have it. fighting a different bird now. It just occurred to me that I should probably have chosen who my primary healer is in this latest group by figuring out who has the least physical attack power. That might actually be Ash. Well, I guess Ash is. I'm having her cast attack magic, so maybe it makes sense to still have Fran be my primary healer then. In that case. And Bosch doesn't have any magic. And Vossler only attacks. But Vossler is also good. He's good as a primary attacker. Maybe I'll look at the map here, see if there's any other immediate areas that I can explore. Okay, I guess this area does not connect to any other regions. Oh wow. And it looks like wherever, I guess, out of those two directions, I guess I went the way that is a shortcut. I think those blue arrows indicate they go to a different region. Oh, it entirely... Okay, yeah. I went immediately from this region to... It skipped over that. Okay, that's weird. So yeah, I basically immediately went from the starting area to... Okay, I didn't skip over that. I went down below. I think up there maybe is where the lightning elementals are. I guess I don't remember it as well as I thought I did. But yeah, there's a lot of places I haven't been to in this region of the game. But yeah, I think I'm supposed to have explored most of this area and defeated the enemies before I go fight the fight that I was at. Which I'm not going to do most of that right now, because I'll have to come back here anyway later in order to accomplish some of the hunts. And I'm just kind of interested in progressing it as soon as I can. I'm gonna see if there's a treasure box over here. There might be. Yeah, there is. Embroidered tippet. I don't know what an embroidered tippet is. Maybe it's... I think I saw one of those for sale in the shop. I guess it's not a hat. I guess it's not a thing. Okay, doubles experienced earned. Okay, that seems like it's useful. And No, nobody has a license for it? Oh, okay. Looks like only Penelo and Ash have a license for it. Okay. So the color means that it's currently equipped in the... Okay. So right now Ash is the only one that can actually equip that. I guess that makes sense. Makes sense to put it on her, since she's the only one that can equip it. It seems like a pretty decent item to have equipable at the very start. Or this early in the game. Where I'm like, been playing it for a while, but not quite. Like, from what I remember, having one character that's higher level than everybody else doesn't really help you that much. Because the way the action economy works, it's most helpful to, you know, most of the character's power is based on whatever their skills are and whatever your equipment is. So, you know, having somebody's level be substantially higher than everybody else's doesn't make too much of a difference. At least I wouldn't think so. So yeah, I'll let Ash get the double experience item. Let's see. I could go back and do that fight now, but I think I will still, I'll run around just a little more. I wonder how that bow stays on her back. Because it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it's strapped to anything. There's nothing for it to hang on. I mean, most of the characters, they have like, I don't know. I guess Vossler has the same problem with his sword not being strapped to anything. It's just hovering behind him somehow. But the others, you could say that they have something they clip the hilt of their blade to their belt or something. Or you could even say they like put it, they pin it to their side with their arm. But like this, it goes through her hair somehow. I don't know. That's not something you normally pay much attention to in these games. So I guess that makes sense. I think I keep using up Ash's magic on casting Protect. I tried to make it so that the magic would be used not super commonly, but I guess maybe it still kind of is used frequently. Because she keeps running out of magic. Yeah. I'm gonna get a little bit of loot before I resume. And I think I came from up that direction. So it's this other direction I didn't go down, maybe. Well, I'm not too worried about just thoroughly exploring the area. One thing about this game is that a lot of these regions you kind of visit and revisit a lot. Which, you know, I kind of get the feeling that, even though I've never played an MMO, I kind of got the feeling from playing this that a lot of the game's design choices and sensibilities were sort of based on what MMO design is like. What with having the world be mostly open world, that you visit a lot of regions over and over again, and there's the hunting marks side quest structure that exists, where a lot of the hunting marks is not just a matter of them being out in the open, where you just go find where they are in the world. Some of them are things like defeat 10 enemies of this type, and then the mark will appear. Like, some of them require you to do particular things. Or, like, you know, go out into this one area and just stay there for a minute. And they tell you these conditions that to make them appear when you take on the mission. And I don't think they will appear before that point. But still, like, some of them are things that you'd never think to do. You know, most of them are pretty easy to trigger conditions, but some of the later ones are stuff that you'd never think to do unless you were specifically told. So that they kind of seem like the sort of things that an MMO might ask you to do. And plus the whole structuring your party's move sets to be what you want them to be kind of feels like the sort of things that you ideally want to do if you're playing a game with a lot of other people online. You want to make sure that each person knows what their role is and has expected general behaviors. You know, you designate someone as the healer, so you know that they're going to be casting recovery and healing magic. You know, you designate someone as being an attacker, so you know they're going to do a lot of attacks. Or they're going to do maybe almost exclusively, maybe they do attacks. You know, that kind of thing. Okay. I think I did backtrack the way that I originally came. $25 chain. That's a lot. Chain level went up. I don't remember what the highest level of these chains are that you can get. I don't remember if... I probably did know at one point. Because I think at one point the chain level doesn't get higher. Or like the number keeps going up, but the benefit of having the chains get higher ends. because mostly what it does is gives you better loot. But that's like one of the aspects also that makes me think of it, like an MMO might be structured this way, or could be structured this way. Like, I don't know if any of them actually have the mechanic where killing one enemy type so many times in a row gives you better loot. It just seems to me that that type of design choice would work pretty well with the MMO sort of general construction. Those This is, I guess, the green corner of the sand sea area. What are these? Loops of, kind of looks like if it was only out of the ground on one end, it could be like a cactus or something, but it's like a loop of root that just comes out of the ground and there's no leaves that grow off of it whatsoever. If the texture were different, I could think that that's like a giant stone monument, or actually maybe it is supposed to be stone that like it's overgrown with moss. I was gonna say it could look like a giant stone tire, or a giant tire if it had a rubbery sort of texture to it, but yeah. But this stone doesn't look circular at all, so that makes me think it's not a stone, and one end is wider than the other end, so that makes me think it's supposed to be a root. I think this one has a wider edge than the other edge. Maybe this is a region that's supposed to attach to a jungle area on the other side. What? Oh, I think it touched the gate crystal. Yenza border tunnel. Okay. Nope. Okay. It's just the other side of the desert area. For some reason I thought I entered one of those other region change spots through just wandering around. But like, I understand the general layout of this place. Like, you know, giant oil rigs that stretch across the desert. Like, that might not necessarily be entirely accurate here, but it's accurate enough that it's like, it's an understandable location that I'm in. But if I recall correctly, the 7 chain... What's the thing that broke my chain? Did it reset because I left the area I was in? Because I don't remember it working that way before. I guess that must be what happened. Because I don't think the enemies on this screen counted as different enemy type from those other enemies. I think they're the same. Even though I think these ones are lower level, probably, compared to the previous one. Previous screen. Oh well. I don't have to get to a 30 chain to unlock a enemy fight or anything. So it's not worth considering too much. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, getting more Phoenix Downs is never a bad idea. Especially if I'm going to eventually switch to my lower level party members in the near future. I think I want to run around as these people more before that point, though. Not having them in my party will ensure that they still get the ability to access better equipment, though. So even though they still aren't going to be gaining levels, they're still going to be, I think, easy enough survivability once I actually do switch to them, because I'll have better equipment at that point. So wait, flower has not yet buried. I guess I'll save it. I guess I did go in a direction. Okay. Yeah, that's right. There's two things that attach to that screen, so I guess the area I was at before is a different path between the two regions. And I just kind of went in a circle around, loops back to the same spot. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be wandering my way back towards the boss area, because I can probably beat it now, considering that I didn't really have too much of a difficult time. Hooray, slowly going through the game. I wonder if at some point I should probably do level grinding or whatever off of stream. Like if I reach a point where I'm where I need to level up a bit and get loot in order to beat a boss, you know, upgrade all my equipment and have better stuff. Maybe I should do that off of stream. I mean, I don't really think that's too much of a bad thing if I did that. But then I mean, I'm still, you know, observing the place and, you know, commenting. Like, why is the... I guess those are, like, supposed to be... I guess those are supposed to be palm trees or something like palm trees. They kind of remind me of those African or Australian savanna trees that have the giant massive trunks, but they have like small leaves up at the top. I think those are called baobabs. They remind me of those. That's not the type of... I guess those are trees that exist in deserts. So it's not altogether out of place, but... Because, you know, this is a desert. I guess maybe they're supposed to be modeled after that. I mean, it just looks weird and out of place. I guess there's probably not much of anything that would look in place in this region, but like, what is that? Those are like some kind of flower thing that exists growing in the sand. Kind of looks like that. There's a type of sand, there's a type of plant that looks sort of like the greenery plant that grows on the beach. I don't know the name of it, but it has a very similar sort of look to it, where it's really sparse looking, stringy. Yeah, it's one of those fishies. Oh, I drew its attention because the dark magic hit it. Denbania. If those fish can swim through the sand, why are they floating around on land? Like, if I had a fish that I could ride around in sand, but it could also just fly through the air, I think I'd be wanting it to just fly through the air. Unless maybe it doesn't have enough buoyancy to support a rider. Maybe that's what it is. It can sort of fly through the air, but it's not buoyant enough to support a rider while it's doing that. That's why they have to come through the sand. They have to approach land on through the sand. That would make sense to me. Yeah, money. Did I go up here before? I'm gonna check the map to see which way I went. I did go up there. Okay, back the other way is the long way around. I'm gonna go the long way, just to make absolutely certain that by the time I get back to the dungeon I can do those fights. And so that I'll have the ability to just buy some better armor too. Because not having the ability to buy armor that I can use is probably the reason why I couldn't do those fights to begin with. I guess those are trees of some kind. Okay, that I think is the thing that was in the cutscene. Oh, I can't see its name now. I was going to target it with an attack to see what I could see what its name was, but nope. Oh, bird enemies. Land birds that have ornate armor. Hooray. More stuff. Oh, okay, so that's a bridge that does take me in a circle. I was confused because it looked like that was new area, but it also looked like it took me in a circle, so I was wondering, like, what? Why? Yeah, I guess it was area that I hadn't gone to. I didn't realize that was a circle. Okay. And more of those roots growing in the ground. I wish I knew what those were. Because maybe there's like a massive tree somewhere. Like there's a tree at the top of that mountain that the roots reach all the way to the ground here. And that's why there's a little bit of greenery down here. Like I could almost believe that, but there's no massive tree up there. Like I could see that being a thing in a fantasy world. I don't know what the roots would be connected to at the bottom of this, because the sand isn't actually water, even though it behaves like water in this particular area for some reason. Like I would expect that maybe there's a page of lore somewhere that describes that water more, or that sand more. That maybe like describes what makes the sand behave like water here. Like if it's a particular magical property of the area, or if it's like a special type of sand. Like either one would make sense. Like it'd be neat if it was a particular property of the area. Like the whole area is a wasteland because not only will it make certain magic not work, but it has an effect on more mundane things that make the whole area kind of like a dangerous forbidden zone. Let's see what this is called. A Yenza. Oh, okay. I guess the clan is named partly I forgot what this place was called. Something Yenza Sandsea. I guess it makes sense to have the whole region named after the predominant creatures that live there. Especially if they're sort of like a team effort creature. The horsefish and the crustacean goblins. Although, you'd think that they'd name it after the goblins, not the fish. You know? They don't really call regions that people control, that's horse land because the people that use the horses are there. Like maybe when horses were like new to people, or like they weren't used everywhere in the world. And there's like some regions where people just didn't use horses because they were impractical. Maybe they did refer to, like I'm thinking of the Middle East, when there were some people that used camels the same way that horses were used by other people. And they used camels because camels walk through deserts more easily than a horse does. So like, maybe those two groups of people referred to the other ones as, oh, those are the camel users. Oh, those are the horse users. I mean, horses were also used to drive plows, but, travelers would also use them to help them pull large loads of cargo and, supplies with them. So like horses were also used to drive plows, but camels were never used to drive plows. Not that I know of, at least. I don't really know that much about history. Just general basics, for the most part. Okay. If only I could ride the giant flying fish. That'd be a neat mount to get. Not that I don't like the giant riding birds, but you know, it'd be a neat thing to get in an RPG as a thing you fly around. Or a thing that you move around on. Well, and slowly making my way back towards the boss area. And the item shop. Because I'll be getting more equipment there. Wonder what value the goblin creatures would have for all these abandoned oil rigs. Because you'd think if they're just ruined oil rigs that stretch across this desert, and they normally cross the desert using their fish that can swim through the sand, like, I wouldn't think that they would see much value in these giant structures. Except maybe you could use them as living areas, maybe? But then they all have like weapons. They don't seem to actually use it for anything. I mean, I guess most of the time in an RPG, if you go into goblin caves, they don't really have much. They don't really do much in their goblin caves besides walk around randomly with weapons. So, I guess that's the same thing with these guys too, so. I guess that makes sense. Or I guess that's excusable, maybe? Maybe excusable is the right word. Because still, you know, it doesn't make sense that a society's entire identity would be defined by having weapons and running around. Because even if there was a society that was warlike, you'd still need to have actual facilities to create the weapons of war. Or at the very least, have some structured economic means of procuring weapons. Like, you know, you can't just have goblins that live in a cave and have daggers and all sorts of weapons that they use to fight people that intrude into their cave. You'd have to have some place where they actually forge things. Or, foregoing that, they'd need to mine the minerals of the cave and then sell the raw ore to somebody in exchange for weapons. Like that could make sense. But still, you'd need also sleeping areas. You know, you'd need food preparation areas. Food storage. Because, you know, it doesn't matter how warlike and primitive people are, they'd still need to have basic supplies of some kind. But normally you never see stuff like that in RPGs. But you know, it's like a convention of the genre that they exist to fight. So the fact that you never see them is kind of excused by the fact that, you know, the fact that you never see that stuff makes sense in the context of an RPG, but like it doesn't make sense in any kind of other context. So that's why I say it's like excusable but doesn't make sense. Now the kind of thing that isn't as excusable and doesn't make sense is Bosch's whole evil twin story. You know, everybody being mad at him for killing the king, but then he says he has an evil twin that did it. And everyone just kind of like buys it right away, and they have like no emotional like Vaughn went from hating that guy to being passively okay with his presence to utterly trusting him in the span of I guess the time span isn't really clear, but it's like the span of a day. He went from hate to absolute trust. And that's the kind of thing that, you know, only makes sense if the character is just very easy to trust everybody, which I guess he kind of is. But that's the kind of thing that's more inconsistent within the world's own rules. Or at least inconsistent with how I tend to understand people or things, you know. That's the kind of thing I would say not very excusable. You know, but for the most part, you know, you overlook that and most of the story has made sense apart from that. And you know, oh, I have a better example actually in terms of stuff not making sense would be if yeah, no, they're just saying the same thing. But yeah, I have a better thing that doesn't make sense. That is exactly in line with what I mean. The whole aspect of showing up to this town to get help, to ask the characters ask for help from the guy that runs the town, and the guy that runs the town betrays them to the Empire to make them prisoners, and then they all go back to talk to him again right after breaking out of prison. Like, it makes sense that Ash would go talk to him, but since we never had the scene where she explains that she's related to that guy, you know, he's her uncle, then it makes sense that she would trust him because he never directly betrayed her, but he betrayed everyone else. So everyone else has no reason to trust that guy to, like, just go talk to him again. Like, if I was acting like I would, like, there'd be no reason to, if you escape from that thing, there's no reason you'd go to that city again, because you'd assume that it's not a safe place to be. But in terms of the story, it makes sense that Ash would want to go there to seek refuge or get assistance from her relative. But yeah, it makes no sense that everyone else would do it. But they never had a scene that, you know, as I said before, they never had a scene that establishes that. You know, they never had a scene that establishes why everyone would be returning there. That's pretty good. A linen cuirass. Why would armor made of linen be better than bronze armor? I guess bronze is kind of a soft metal compared to steel, but you'd think linen would not be as good. I guess linen might just be the lining or something. Okay. What else? Wizard's hat, wizard's robes. Oh, wizard's hat will be an improvement to her, but I don't think I'll use that. Oh, Fran doesn't have any med. I guess I should probably buy the... Oh, there we go. I'll give him more. There we go. Something that's better. Yeah, maybe I'll buy the wizard's hat. Why not? I'm here to buy improvement stuff. Even if it won't help me much directly right now. Okay, let's see if there's an armor that I can get that would make sense. There we go. One of those. I'll just go ahead and buy a little more armor. Increases defense when hit points are critical. Yeah, I guess I'll buy that too. Golden amulet. Okay. Lohengrin? I think Lohengrin was an item I can buy at this shop. Oh yeah. Take more attack power, why not? I'll always take more attack power. Increase strength when hit points are full. Sure. I'll buy it just to spend the points. I kind of expect that I'll want to buy everything anyway. Not necessarily because I'll use anything, but... Or not necessarily because I'll use everything, but just so that I always have the option. I'm gonna just spend the 10 on that. Probably a mistake, but I don't really care. Okay. I don't see anything that I obviously want. Oh, okay. Right. I forgot about those. Good thing I have the ability to get those. I'd feel silly if I locked myself out of getting those right after the last time I was on this screen thinking that I wanted them. Okay. So she'll gain MP after dealing damage. After dealing magic damage. I guess this maybe only applies to physical. That's why it has the sword. And I think she also gets MP after taking damage, yeah. That's good. Reduces magic cost. Okay, so that's all good. Okay. I'm gonna give her half damage from wind. Heavy coat. Soldier's cap. Okay, so those give 14 to both of those. And that's 12, and so what's the point of buying the weaker one? There we go. I guess this one does half damage for wind magic, and the other one has better defense. I don't think that boss fight was using wind magic. Oh, that reduced my strength. Well, probably reduced my strength because the other thing was heavy armor that she had on originally. And now she has on light armor instead of heavy armor. That's probably what happened just now. I'll buy that just to spend the money. Okay. And now Fran has a higher... Yep, Fran has more... a considerable more hit points. She lost the strength because light armor, I think, gives you hit points instead of strength. Heavy armor gives you strength instead of hit points. Okay, so now I'll probably be able to do it now. Both fights. And then this dungeon is a huge winding. After you get through these entrance areas, I think it's like a huge winding area that you can get lost in. And you'll see that cutscene again. What's that? Oh, it's just a teleport device. It's so boring that I don't even care. All it does is get you around into lootable areas. All right. If I recall correctly, you trigger the devices and then it'll raise this. I guess it must be a staircase. It's one of those places that, like, if you were a grave robber or searching for... I mean, I guess technically we're grave robbers because this is a tomb. But if you were searching for treasure, would like a drop that you could lower yourself down? You know, an arm's height drop. Would that stop you from exploring a region? I think the other one's the same thing. Would that stop you from going down there to explore the door beyond? I don't think it would. I think this one you have to defeat faster than the other one, so I'm still going to run.
Fight or run? We better decide fast.
And then come back later. There we go. But yeah, I think that one also must have more hit points than this other one. I wonder if you have to fight both of them even, because I only remember fighting one myself.
The wall comes. We must be quick. Together we can bring it down.
Has a... I didn't notice that before, but that meter at the side. Yeah, I think this has a lower hit point total than the other one. I think Ash has the lowest attack power out of everybody. Okay, well, I guess I'll wake him up. Oh, there it is. Remove sleep from one ally. I couldn't remember the item, what the item was that removed sleep. For some reason in my mind I was thinking it was a bell. Because I think there is an item called a bell in one of the games that removes sleep. But they probably changed it to something else, because if all you needed was a bell to wake somebody up, like, wouldn't you not throw it out? Wouldn't it be more than just like a single-use item? But yeah, it's not. Oh, okay. We got the under view shot so that when it crumbles and goes away, it doesn't look silly, I guess. When it just disappears. It's just... Well, Ash is gone. I guess she's dead. But, us three will carry on her legacy. Now to get the proof of royalty. Or not? X Zone. Does she just come back from X Zone eventually, or? She's not KO'd. Banish all foes. Okay, I don't think that I have whatever is used to cure X Zone. I think maybe it just gets fixed when I hit a save point. Maybe. Or maybe it just goes away on its own. Oh wait, oh, okay. Both my allies were asleep. I guess the finishing blow was done by just Fran. Okay. Time to run around in this big dungeon for no reason. I'm just checking the time. yeah, this is a weird dungeon. Because this is just
Incredible.
massive.
It wounds me to look on as they pillage so solemn a place.
Yet without help, you and I are as nothing. Is this not so?
How are they pillaging the place?
He thinks ever and always on his own profit. Assure him of it and he shall remain true to our cause.
I do not share your majesty's trust.
We will continue this later. Now we should concern ourselves with finding the Dawn Shard. It sleeps in waiting, somewhere deep within.
How can you be certain?
I can hear its call.
Okay. I guess that means she's not X-zoned anymore. Nope, she's back, I guess. I guess the way to fix X-zone is to trigger a cutscene. That required. That's what was required. I'm gonna poke the urn to get the map. A good thing that somebody put this map here. But yeah, like, this is massive. This place. It's like some tomb. People who built the pyramids would be, they'd be really jealous of this place. Because this, like, puts every other tomb that has ever been imagined to shame. It's like the whole... It's like the size of a small country. It's just this massive hole in the ground. And it's in the middle of a plateau that has a giant hole carved into it entirely for its own sake. Like the placement of this gigantic palace that's a tomb that, according to that cutscene, was also like a... In addition to being a tomb, it was also the palace that he ruled from. Oh look, here's a little barrier that I can't cross. Yes, one of the many confusing things about this. Let me look at the map. Okay. That's the entrance area. I'm not sure if these connecting areas are all... I think... Yeah, I think you teleport to this spot after going to both these places on the side. But it did say the area map was complete. Again, I think. But like, yeah, one of the many design choices that makes the place look confusing. It certainly looks more impressive to see the giant, area like this, but seeing this spot that looks like a place that you should be able to go, but you can't. Just like right there. One of the many ways in which the game is confusing. The level layouts and whatnot. Oh, and I guess the bottom of the pit is down there. That's the area on the map I think the whole rest of the dungeon exists to have me go to get to. So if I brought a rope with me, I could tie the rope to something and just go down there. Well, I guess if I somehow had the ability to cross this chest-high wall, I could tie a rope to something and then go down there. Hey, a treasure box that looks like an actual treasure. That's pretty neat.
I have failed.
Okay, well. That's something. And it had Vanish in it, which I think is a arcane magic. That's kind of nice. But yeah, it's a treasure box that actually looks like a treasure. Looks pretty ornate too. I triggered stone. Well, Fran's going to be turned to stone unless I use a gold needle. I wonder what the rationale is for the not turning the stone item being called a gold needle is. Like, there's probably some mythological reference or idea behind that. But I don't know what it is, whatever it is. Yeah, Fran's target is too far away. Okay, now I just wander randomly through this catacomb that exists for some reason. How are there living things inside here? Like the weird giant heads, metal head statue that I attacked earlier? That makes sense. The skeletons, yeah, I can see that too, but the bird thing that I killed? Like, it doesn't look like the bird can fly, but it doesn't look like there's anywhere the bird could fly from either. Like, if the temple had I guess I never tried to look up from the main room, but I don't think the place has an up. There's like no entrance from the top. And even if there was, in any normal world, having an entrance to here wouldn't make sense if you have the whole place closed off by a teleporter. Yeah, the device is asleep until I poke this. Poke the jewel, I guess? Okay, the jewel disappeared, causing a platform to partially lower. Oh, and it made some ghosts appear. I guess those are liches. So, magic ghosts. Yeah. Oh, now I continue on. So I think that waypoint thing is still inactive right now. Paramina crossbow. None of my people use crossbows, so not terribly useful right now. Okay. Pretty sure I did not get turned around at all, so... Like, I think enemies that you get... areas you get a certain distance away from, I think they'll respawn. Or they'll, like, spawn again, rather. So just seeing enemies in the area doesn't necessarily mean you aren't backtracking. But yeah. everybody has the oil condition on them. I've never actually looked at this oil condition before, but it looks like they just have dark stuff smeared on top of them. And that's like not covering their... Well, I mean, there's... The back of their their backs and stuff are also darkened, but it looks like it's mostly on the shoulders and head and on the hips. Not like on the chest. That's kind of fun. That it's not all of them. Looks like the boxes themselves would be worth more than the actual, like, contents of them. But I think those boxes or urns or whatever the treasure is stored in, I think those are essentially just decoration. Like, the way I interpret that is that those boxes don't actually exist in the world. It's just stuff that the character sees on the ground that they recognize as a lootable treasure. So they like imagine that there's a treasure chest there. And you're seeing what they interpret, not what is actually in the world somewhere. That's why a lot of these areas have treasure chests that are just in the middle of the road of a screen that you've been to recently. That's why they can, like, reappear. Because there's areas in the game that I've been to before that the treasure chest will reappear after you leave the screen and come back. It's like, did somebody really take another treasure chest out there? And also that would explain why the treasure chests disappear rather than just be opened. Of course, that doesn't apply to the urns, but the urns also are the things that contain the maps. You know? So the urns are actually there because the urn item stays where it is, even after you've opened it. So, like, the maps are something that was deliberately placed, and the other things are not, like misplaced items that the characters are just imagining it as a treasure chest, or envisioning. Running around soaked in oil. Nothing better than that. Okay. Hey, Ash is the same level as Vossler now. That experience doubling item really helps. I think when I played this game the first time through, I equipped that item to one character and left it on them virtually the whole game. And I think it was a character that I played, that I always had in my party the whole time through. I don't think I'll do that this time though. I think I'll have my metric just be whoever's lowest all the time. Although I might leave it on her. At least I can't think of any reason to specifically de-equip it. That door just goes back to the main room where I started at. And I don't know if there's another... I guess there's no other button to push out here. Maybe I have to go to the other side to lower that barrier the rest of the way. Like in a normal world, you just, you know, boost somebody up to that platform and go down the other side and check out what's over there, but in Final Fantasy world, you respect those chest-high barriers. You don't want to just you don't want to just climb over them. You gotta, like, you know, I was never intended to go this way. You gotta just respect that and not go that way. This is in remarkably good condition. I'm not sure if they said how long ago this empire, you know, this monument to an empire existed, but I think they must have said something along the lines of at least on the scale of hundreds of years. Like, I want to guess 200. I don't know if that's because they said 200 or if that's just the scale of the impression that I got. But 200 years ago is when this thing was built, and it's still in remarkably great condition. All these staircases are still in perfect order, and all these torches are somehow lit. I mean, these are like magic torches, but still. Little. It's just, it looks like exposed flame, like it's a... Yeah, I don't want to use the waystone. I think the waystone just takes me to that side of the map. Okay, well, time to go to this other place. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. For some reason I was thinking, like, didn't the lore I read earlier say that those bats can't fly in the region that I'm in? But no, that was something it said about airships. And the airships was just, the airship lore just happened to be on the same page as the bat information. But these are also different bats. These are seekers, not stealers. So yeah. Well, it's nice that there's lost bits of loot at the end of those passages. Makes me feel like there's good reason for me to be running around there. Okay. I guess this isn't as confusing a dungeon as I thought it was. Because it looks like that it's mostly, you know, these paths mostly, they wind around and such, but they don't really split up. So as long as I'm, you know, as long as I'm going the place that I haven't been yet, I'm making progress. Foul flesh. And I guess I could, if I was really thinking of it, I guess I could be going, I guess I could go backtrack or use the teleporter to get out of this area as soon as I hit the trigger that I need to hit. So it's not that bad. But I'm just gonna generally try to go everywhere. See if I can get all the treasures. Solid stone. Wonder how many stones aren't solid. I mean the sand water must have come from stones that maybe weren't solid. So I guess maybe that makes sense. Wouldn't it be neat if there were like some utterly mundane things that would be remarkable in a world like this? like just the nature of the world means that something that would be fairly mundane to us would be pretty novel and interesting to them. Like, I would think that that would be something that could create an interesting fantasy world. Like, I wouldn't know necessarily what would be a good candidate for that. In fact, there's probably like 20 different fantasy series that have a premise like that, or at least have a detail like that about the world. But I guess one does come to mind immediately. So I think Game of Thrones has variable season lengths throughout the year. Like, I don't know what's going on with its season cycles, but that's like the only thing I really remember about that world that was of any kind of interest, really, was that the seasons all lasted different amounts of time, and I guess it was, for the most part, kind of random how long a season would last. Which, you know, something that would be novel to people like that would be having a season that lasts the same every year, same amount of time every year. But, you know, that's more of a feature of the world, not an object that exists within the world. But, you know, have something that, like, this is a bit of stone that I don't know what a good candidate for what I'm thinking of would be, because I'm thinking about that sort of thing in terms of an item that exists. Like, you know, this stone, when it erodes, it creates sand, that kind of thing. And it's not just like sandstone. I guess since they're inflicting different status attributes, now I should probably be worrying about setting up stuff to actually cure them. Did I pass the glowing wall and just not realize it? Okay. Oh, there it is. I finally found it. And this is a really intricate tomb. So in order to mark the royal bloodline, he had three different... The ancient king had three different items. Two of which he actually gave away, and one he wanted to be buried with. And I guess the only people that knew about them were the royal bloodlines. I guess maybe that might make sense in a fantasy sort of way. Is that the way forward, or there was a different way to go? Yeah, go over here. I think this is a different area. Unless I got turned around somehow. Actually, I don't think I fought these birds before. I'm gonna look at the map. What? Okay, I guess the area I was at before was the area I wanted to go to, because this is the area that leads me out of the region. I guess I'll kill the rest. Guess I'll kill that guy before I turn around. Okay, so I want to go back to that area. I'm gonna create the thing to automatically get rid of automatically get rid of poison. There we go. As long as I have one person have that in my group, I'm good. Okay, so I want to go this way. Okay. Okay, I guess this goes back to the main room. For some reason I was thinking I wanted to go a different direction. Like you needed to go back to the central chamber in order to progress, but I guess not, maybe.
Fog? Underground?
Not fog. Mist.
It's concentrated magic.
With your eyes?
Where it is thick enough, you may. The nether runs deep in this place.
So, is the mist dangerous?
Yes, but it is also an aid. A dense mist allows the working of powerful magics.
I'll keep that in mind. Can't count on Vaughn to keep track of these things. That's for sure.
Why would he not keep track of that? That's very simple information. Okay, I'm gonna look at the world map. Why would he not keep track of it? I guess that's just general lack of confidence in him. Which, I guess I can understand that. General lack of confidence. Wait a minute. It said that the area of this map is complete, but like it doesn't. The area map isn't complete though, because to get from up here to down where I am now requires me to travel through a room that's not displayed on this map. And the room not being displayed on this map doesn't, like, I don't know, it doesn't, like, auto map. I guess the characters just look at these maps, but they don't think to modify them in any way. Like, if the map isn't accurate, they're not gonna, like, change it in any way. They just don't want to bother with that kind of thing, I guess. Yeah, it's I think there's a save point at the bottom of the steps. So I think I'm somewhat close to a checkpoint. I got a blood sword. Yeah. I'll see if Bosch can equip that. I don't think he can. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it requires its own license. That's neat, I guess. I'll see if he can just directly equip it. I guess those are all accessories. Oh, okay. Great swords are over there. I guess the access to great swords is, I guess, later in the game. At least the way that it's structured for this class. Maybe there's other classes that get that access earlier. Oh, wait, it's down here. That's interesting that it's down here by itself. I wouldn't have thought it would be by itself in the corner, not surrounded by any other swords whatsoever. But I guess it's a unique thing, and the license is just called Bloodsword, and not like Swords 5 or something. Well, at least I know where that is. So when I get access to it later, I'll know where to find it. Actually, by the time I get access to it, I'll probably be it'll probably be a different playthrough or a different session, so I might forget that it's even there. And here is a guardian. This guy must have been really bored before I showed up. I guess maybe it could be like an artificial creature. Oh wait, no, this is one of the summons. I thought maybe it was a summon, but I wasn't sure because it seems like it's a bit early to get a summon. But I guess you do get a few different ones of them. It kind of makes sense to put the summons in special places. So like having a summon here, I guess, does make sense. I guess I probably should have cured the oil status. Maybe I'll set that up too. I don't have many handkerchiefs though. Maybe I'll make the healing more often too. Yeah, maybe like that. And I think I only have 3 handkerchiefs. to remove let's see. Oh, I have 5. I guess that's not. I guess that's not necessarily something that'll hurt me too bad then. I guess I should have done this before I, where's the handkerchief? There it is. Should have done this before I started the battle. That way the fire won't do as much damage. Oh, there we go. Yeah. If I do a lot more damage, I'm going to end up, he's going to end up using his super attack again, which might drop everybody down again. Wait. I may have given that curing the oil status. Yeah, it has the lowest priority. Okay. Actually, I don't know if they will revive anybody. Okay, ally status. KO. Okay, they will revive somebody. Okay, Fran's the only one that will actually do revivals. Which maybe I don't want to start whittling his hit points down until everybody's in better condition. But then Fran will also cast healing more. I only just reached the first one. That's what this boss fight is right now. Itara 00. I'm trying to think how many hours I'm into the game. But this is only my third part of playing this in 4-ish hour chunks every time. So this is the first of the Esper fights. And I clearly did not build my party correctly for where I am right now. But you know, it's been a long time since I played the game, so I forgot. But hey, it's nice to see somebody. Even if most of what I have to say currently is I have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah. For some reason I was expecting the fight to have a save point immediately before the fight. Yep, there it is. I got a whatever that is. It's a weird magical tattoo inside of a crystal.
In vain glory they arose, shouting challenges at the gods, but prevail they did not. Their doom it was to walk the mist until time's end. A legend of the Nemo.
My family tells a story of the Dynast King and an Esper. The story goes that in his youth, the Dynast King defeated a mighty Gigas, for which the gods took heed of him. Thereafter, it was ever bound to him in thraldom.
So, all this time it's been here guarding the Dynast King's treasure?
Not so. The Esper is the Dynast King's treasure.
That's your treasure?
In this Esper we now command rests a power whose worth is beyond any measure.
Is that so? Call me old-fashioned, but I was hoping for a treasure whose worth we could measure.
It's a powerful summon. That's like the only thing that's worth rating in this whole place, I guess. Yeah, priceless treasure doesn't seem very useful, generally. I mean, I guess you could sell it for a lot in theory, but I think these characters will just hold on to it forever. You know, playing an RPG, you just hold on to treasures forever, generally speaking. So in terms of a story, it doesn't have much use to them. And depending on the kind of pricelessness of the treasure, it might not even be something you could sell in theory. I guess having a weird magical tattoo that gives you a summon doesn't give you a treasure that's necessarily valuable to you. Wow, that's a long staircase. And the staircase that far only goes down that far for a small landing with a teleportation stone in it, and then a staircase back up. These people just loved building staircases, I guess. Yeah, glowy stone on a pedestal.
What's wrong? Your Majesty, we must go.
What?
Okay, so only Ash and Van see that ghost, I guess. Or is it supposed to be a ghost? Because it doesn't seem like he did a whole lot.
Be avenged.
Just kind of stood there. Oh yeah, they're confirming that only Van could see that too. Looks kind of like a peeled orange. Okay, I guess it's not entirely a circle or a sphere. It's got a different sort of shape to it, but the texture of it looks like it's a peeled orange. There's that whole area back there that I guess they know there's nothing interesting there. What was this thing before the tomb was created? Because it doesn't seem to serve much of any purpose. It's got a dome on the sides and Like, imagine just having all of these resources and using it to create this place. It seems to have no purpose other than the one purpose that it's used for, which is to hide an item. I don't really understand it too much. Yeah, I'll go to the Hall of the Destroyer. Why not? That seems like a good idea, right? Oh yeah, I don't have to fight that wall to get out. I could just leave. Okay. Well, now I have the proof of the nobility, which means, of course, that it's time for more trouble. The strong mist prevents teleportation is code for cutscene needs to happen here. That's why you can't teleport. Well, I guess they figured out where we were going. Luckily, there's only like, it's a super easy to find location from the air. I guess airships probably didn't exist when they built this place. Being a giant carved out hole in the middle of a plateau that goes on forever.
Such a tremendous honor to again be graced with your presence, Majesty. You left us with such great dispatch upon our last encounter that I must confess I had begun to worry that we may have given your Majesty some cause for offense.
Such a heartfelt display of remorse. Now what is it you want?
I want you to give me the Nethicite.
The Nethicite?
That is a base imitation. We seek Wraithwald's legacy, the ancient relics of the Dynast King. Day-affected Nethicite. Did you not tell them, Captain Azalus?
Majesty, he speaks of the Dawn Shard. That is the Nethicite.
Are you mad, Vossler?
If we are to save Dalmasca, we must accept the truth. I will fight this profitless battle no more.
Captain Azalus has struck a wise bargain. In return for the Dawn Shard, the Empire will permit Lady Ash to reclaim her throne, and the Kingdom of Dalmasca will be restored. Think on it. An entire kingdom for a stone, you must admit, is more than a fair exchange.
And when all is said and done, your master will have another pet.
Lady Ash, let us take him for the people of Dalmasca. Your Majesty wallows in indecision on peril of their heads. And his shall be the first to fall.
Well, at least your sword is to the point.
To think the relics of the Dynast King were day-affected Nethicite, Dr. Sid will be beside himself.
What did you say?
Captain Azalus, take them to Shiva. They should have leave to return to Rabanastre soon.
You know what? It seems pretty generous considering that they did capture me before
I want you to
saying that stuff.
Power.
Did our orders not specify that we return the stone for testing?
I will not chance returning with a stone that is yet unproven.
Hooray for magic stones. But yeah,
When
it's
we return to Dalmasca, we can announce that you are
Oh.
alive and well.
so we
I
are
will then
prisoners.
continue our negotiations with the Empire. I believe Lars is the key. He'll listen to us. We should trust him.
Who are you, Vossler, to talk of trust?
Yeah. How dare you make sure that our
The son of
kingdom is
Dalmasca.
restored? His bargain makes a lot of sense, sort of. Like, I guess it's still a betrayal, the fact that he didn't,
Our
like,
equipment here is
say that
limited,
was the
so
deal.
We'll be using the ship's drive to make our assessment. Once we've connected the stone, the reaction should be easily measured.
Methods do not interest me, only results.
But, like, you'd think if they had the bargain of doing that,
Such heat! The mist, it's burning!
oh yeah.
6,800, 6,900,
She gets rabies
7,000.
sometimes.
This must be Deifacted Nethicite. The count still climbs.
Ah, we found it at last. True day-affected Nethicite. The power of the Dynast King in my hands. Blood alone does not an emperor make, Vayne.
What is this? Something's wrong.
What is it?
You stand.
Hold her down!
Yep. She has rabies for some reason.
What's wrong with her?
That blurring
How old
effect
your
in
friend didn't take well
cutscene
being
is
tied
kind of
up.
weird to see.
I just never knew how much. How about you?
I like Fran's idea. Let's get out of here.
No farther! Sky pirates, the future of Dalmasca will not be stolen. Why do this, Bash? This struggle is futile. You must know where it leads.
I do know. All too well.
Wait. So they were going to return me to the kingdom. They were going to return the group to the kingdom. Because the deal was that if they hand over a stone that we had, they would I don't get this part of the story. But nevertheless, we are prisoners again, and we easily escape. Just based upon the fact that they have terrible jails, terrible security. I can't control Fran at all. She's just glowing red-black. It's kind of a neat looking effect. If the edges of the effect were a little more red maybe. Or, you know, a little thicker on the edges maybe. It'd look like a paper cutout or something. Oh, the wow, just had a ton of hits in a row. I can't run away from them too, it's just getting a ton of auto hits. It's kind of funny. Okay, let's see. But yeah, the Empire was going to return me to the capital, and like, they would have made the state like a vassal state to theirs, but I don't see how you can defeat an empire without just asking them to withdraw, and them still having a substantial amount of power still over you. I guess this guy just gets a ton of extra combo attacks once I guess this enemy just gets a ton of extra combo attacks once once his hit points get reduced to a certain amount. Okay. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to kick out these people from my party and put in somebody else. Actually, I don't think Pinello has things set up. I'll put these two in to just do the last bit of damage. Last little bit of sliver of damage. Oh, I guess I'll have to put Pinello in. Let's see what the I made her a black magic user, but I don't know if I actually... Well, she has thunder, so I guess I'll... Okay, that worked. Well, luckily I was able to do that without having to quit and try again.
What are they doing down there?
Disengage it at once.
Oh, they're having like a Star Trek problem. I guess they shouldn't have hooked up the anti-magic stone to their airship.
All I have done, I've ever thought of Dalmasca first.
I know you do. I would ne'er gainsay your loyalty.
Look on what my haste has wrought. Did I act too quick?
I guess if you're used to escaping from the Empire, then... yeah.
I can serve her no more. You must take up my charge.
Like, it makes sense why the Empire would want this stone so much that they would trade an entire city for it. Like, if the stone is very valuable, then they would want to get it for use as a weapon or something. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing we escaped, I guess. If this is something that could happen the whole time.
It manifests now.
Is that what you call this?
Why did the Why did the characters decide to do that? And wait a minute, they said the airships couldn't go to this place.
What's that?
Maybe they're supposed to have, maybe the Empire's supposed to have different airships than the one that I have. Wait, why are they flying back? I guess the explosion is ended, or whatever.
The dreadnought Leviathan is sunk. The 8th Fleet of the Arcadian Imperial Army lost. As word of the events in the yacht sounded throughout the Empire, quit I Bujeba, citing sudden malady. My true motive, to bring the various counter-imperial forces scattered throughout Ivalice together in unified resistance. By this time, Lady Ash had made her return to Rabanastre. She had not, however, made known her presence. Rather, she was content with keeping both her own whereabouts and those of the Don Shard concealed. Had she chosen then to go before her people, my error in announcing her suicide would be known, to the great detriment of my efforts to assemble a resistance. In such circumstance as the Lady Ash then found herself, even were she to proclaim Dalmasca restored, it would serve only to invite the Empire's wrath. Though Arcadia had lost her 8th Fleet, she remained, as ever, a military power with which to be reckoned.
Okay. Well, that mostly makes sense as a story cutscene. I don't think it fully makes sense, but it makes sense enough. Like, I would think that suddenly a royal family member being announced as being alive when everyone thought they were dead would offer a resistance more, it'd offer them more of a motivation, more enthusiasm, I guess. If suddenly a royal family member turned up alive.
A vast host under guise of martial exercises. It is our belief they wait for the proper pretext, the sooner to make their strike against Arcadia.
The loss of Leviathan and her fleet at such a time comes as a most grievous blow. Were Rosaria to invade, the battle would be hard fought. Had Lord Vane not deployed the fleet so capriciously, we would not now find ourselves in such perilous circumstance.
Lord Vane shall be made to answer for his actions. It is the will of the Senate. Excellency, though he be your son, justice must be served.
A convenient thing, justice. And so I must now make a choice between my throne and my son.
A most lamentable situation for us all.
Oh? For Lord Vane, perhaps. Yet surely Lord Larsa will make for a fine emperor.
Larsa so adores his brother, and he is yet young.
Wait, weren't you concerned that Vane would kill Larsa?
Already he busies himself unraveling Lord Vane's tangled skein. Lord Larsa has found his role to play and pursues it with some enthusiasm.
Ah, yes. And who would set him at such tasks?
What matter? Lord Vane himself once saw his elder brothers brought to like justice, did he not? At your Excellency's behest, as I recall.
You may put yourself at ease, Lord Gramis. So long as the Senate watches over her, Arcadia's well-being will ever be ensured.
By your will, I shall bid Vane return to Arcades.
Okay. So Vayne sent the fleet out somewhere, the fleet got destroyed, and so they think that he's to blame for it because they were in a place they wouldn't normally be. I mean, they did go to the place where they said airships can't go to. So it seems more to me that he sent them into the don't fly in this zone, and then they all got destroyed. I don't know if it makes sense that the stone did it necessarily. Maybe they didn't know that they couldn't fly in that zone. And that's just what will happen if you fly in that zone for too long. You'll get to where you're going, but once you're there, you'll blow up soon afterwards. You'll blow up so badly it'll take out the first ship that the chain reaction starts and just destroy all of them.
Dawn Shard that brought down the Imperial fleet.
You know your stuff.
Destructive power of such force. I've seen it once before. Lady Ash, you know of what I speak.
Nabudis.
Oh, okay. They think it's that.
The capital of Old Nebradia, Lord Rassler's fatherland. At the time of the invasion, a division of Imperials entered the city. There was a mighty explosion. Friend and foe died alike. Something was there. One of the Dynast King's relics. The Midlight Shard was in Nebradia.
More Nethicite. Well, no wonder they invaded.
That ridiculous war. The trap at the treaty signing. All this because Vayne wanted power. He must not be allowed to claim the Nethicite. The Empire must never hold it.
Oh, they already do.
Yeah, we already
Dust
lost
shard,
one of those.
Most likely the Midlight Shard, too. Besides, can't they manufacture Nethicite now?
Very well. Then the path set before us is clear. We'll use the Dawn Shard to fight them. Dalmasca does not forget kindness, nor ill deed done. With sword in hand, she aids her allies. Sword in hand, she lays to rest her foes. This Nethicite I hold must be my sword. I will avenge those who have died. And the Empire will know remorse.
You even know how to use it?
The Garif may know. The Garif people live by the old ways. Magicite lore is a part of their culture. They may hear it. The cry of the Nethicite's power. Whispers of the stone's menace.
Dangerous though it be, what we need now is power. Should we declare Dalmasca free without the means to defend our claim, the Empire would crush us. You must take me to meet with the Garif.
Well,
they live beyond Osman Plain.
I guess the bargain of trading the stone for the kingdom is off the table
Straight
now.
to the point, aren't we? I like that. Compensation.
Because the people who made that deal are all dead.
Isn't there something else?
No one's forcing you.
Well, the people who knew about that deal are dead. Or at least a lot of the people. I guess Vayne probably is the one who made the real deal. But he's just in trouble for getting the fleet destroyed.
I'll give it back to you as soon as I find something more valuable.
What do you mean something more valuable?
Hard to say. I'll know when I find it. What is it you want, Vaughn? What are you looking for?
Me? What am I looking for? I guess... Well, you know...
Even he doesn't know why he's around.
The Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to head south, past the Giza Plains.
It is the rains now in Giza. The wadis will be swollen with the deluge. Passage may be difficult.
But those same waters may also lay open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First things first. You're eager to be on your way, I know, but we should see that we're prepared before setting out.
I made my resolve 2 years ago. I swore to overcome any hardship I may face.
Man cannot live by resolve alone, Princess.
Okay, so I'm thinking right now that the story does make sense for the most part. There's magical nukes, and some people in the Empire know about the magical nukes. And the people that know about the magical nukes in the Empire are trying to get them. And not everybody in the Empire knows of the magical nukes. That guy's telling whatever. Busy messenger. He doesn't look too busy to me. Yeah, the village that is out on the plains doesn't exist in the... Oh yeah, the mysterious merchants. Yeah, doesn't want to talk to me. I think maybe I get access to the club now. Okay. I think I'm going to stop pretty soon. I think I went through a fairly good amount of the story now. But yeah, the Empire invaded to get the magical nukes, and yeah, that's about it. Okay. I don't think I could go in here before. No. Although he said I had a clan primer. I think the clan primer must have been something else. When did I actually get that? There's stuff in here now. Attacking over 300 times. Casting magic. Okay. Yeah, and just like any achievement system, it has things appear that give you pretty pretty rudimentary things. Like attacking 300 times that's not much at all. But yeah. Oh, there's the leader. I just needed to get a clan primer and then walk in and talk to the leader. That's how I joined. I forgot how you joined because it doesn't seem to make... Like, I don't know how this makes sense, but... Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess maybe I could have come up here right after defeating the sewer oozes. Yeah, I think every time you defeat a boss, you can talk to him and he'll give you some stuff. Yeah. Defeated a demon wall. I guess it only works with certain special enemies. You'll lose all the licenses on that board. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So it basically just, it's something that specifically will not carry over to something else. So I think for now I'll just keep all my characters as whatever classes they are currently. But yeah. Okay. Now that I cleared that up, I guess I'll go see if there's any special things for sale here. I think I'll prepare myself for heading out next time, but I'll actually save in a bit and quit for now. In a little bit here. First I want to see what this shop has for sale. Yeah, now he's a... Okay, yeah. Okay. That's a pretty good spell to have. I'm gonna sell all this stuff. Upgrade whatever equipment and whatnot I can get. And get that decoy spell. Because it's a pretty good spell to have. I don't think anybody can use it though. Because that's green magic, I think. Let's see what's in the bazaar. A spear. And this is probably a blade that... Yeah, iron sword. I don't know why the bazaar items include stuff that appears that you have no reason to buy by the time it appears. I guess it's to make it feel more dynamic. The world feel a little bit more dynamic than it otherwise would. I just bought the decoy spell because later in the game it's something that I will be using a lot of. Because decoy is extremely useful. You can put all your protective magic and abilities on the decoy, and then just have that whoever has the best defense draw all enemy attacks. But I think that's something you mostly have to do late in the game. Okay, so next time I play I'll be setting up Poach. I guess I won't be buying anything else though. Well, that was simple. The two things I really wanted were it's just the two things that I really wanted that I was able to afford. Wait a minute. Maybe I'll go to the actual sand sea so I can determine if there's any more hunts I can do. I think there are. Probably what I'll do is I'll decide what I'll start next stream doing and clear all this out of the way first. The hunting board. Fexterra. Gatsley. Okay, so it's in a portion of... Okay, so it's in a portion that I never went to yet. That will be the one that I do next, then. No, where is it? That's the barkeep. The barkeep that doesn't actually do any bartending. Alright, Gatsley was the guy that's just sitting next to the board. 'Cause he's the same guy that I did the other hunt for. Okay, so that guy tells you how to find it. And he just listed a location, which means I don't have to do anything special to find this enemy. Or to find that particular mark. Also, this clan primer will indicates what the points are. I think points just depends on how many enemies you've defeated. It's like an experience thing for your whole group, but I think defeating bosses and completing quests also makes that rank go up. Let's see what this guy says. Oh, okay. I think there's probably a Viera that somewhere that corresponds to him in the city that he's talking about. Yeah. I think there's random side quests you can find just talking to the people in the town, but I don't think I'll be spending much time doing that sort of thing. I'm just gonna save it, and next time I'll go out and find that wolf to kill. After, I think, setting up what my next group is. But yeah, it's pretty good so far. I'll figure out my layout and everything and take those now pretty substantially far behind characters next time. But yeah. And I'm gonna head out now, so if anybody's watching, have a nice day.